こんばんは。I hope everyone's having a good night.
ここ圧も歌いし。おい、離せ。
耐えるんだ。
お母から離れろ。アツ、俺を見ろし、こっちさ。やめろ、やめてくれよ。
来い。
アツ、いけし。やだ、お母。ならアツも歌えし。いや、歌えるさ。おまんは強い子だ。この世の果ては心の水の尻。我が子よ進め。
次は娘だ。
逃げない。まだ寝てな。毒はたやすく抜けない。動けやしないよ。忍びのような動き。懐に忍ばせた毒消し。そしてその声。どうして気づかなかった。狐を追うわけをずっと聞かずにいたのはあの場にいたからだ。助けようとしたい。お母には何をした。てめえはただ見てた。私はあんたの敵じゃない。力が戻ったらこの場所においで証明するから。
奴の匂いだ。覚えたか？
ようやく動けそうだ。ユキを見つける。いや、キツネを。 悪い兆しだ。来い望月。ユキが、いや、狐が待ってるはずだ。
来たね。耳を貸す気はないのかい？
てめえのせいでお母が死んだ。
首に縄をかけられたらもう救う手立てはなかっ
わからねえだろ。
た。わかるんだよ、斎藤のことなら。あんたの助けになりたい。妖帝六人衆をその手で殺す助けに。
何言ってやがる。てめえは狐だ。
今は違う。信じてハツ、お願いだ。
無理だ。それも嘘だろ。
本心は隠しても嘘は言ってない。
面の野郎が狐と偽ったじゃねえか。
あの男は私の代わりだ。斎藤が九尾組の頭を新たにすげ替えたんだ。
それがどうした。お母を殺したのはあの狐じゃない。
斎藤のしもべじゃないか。敵討ちを望むならやりな。斎藤を助けることになるけどね。
どういうことだ。
あの男のことは誰よりも知ってる。この口を閉じること、それだけであいつを切るのは難しくなる。私なら忍びの技を教えられる。狐の毒に抗う術も。
あの野郎のことなぞ知ったことではない。
狐は斎藤を守る忍びの棟梁なんだよ。死ねば斎藤の力も弱まる。
てめえの狙いは何だ。また狐に戻ることか。
違う。そんな人生はもう真っ平。
いいぜ、てめえの技を教えろ。それまで勝負は預かる。
よかった。私の代わりに狐になった男は道中。あの子や九尾組には一族秘伝の技を教え込んだんだ。ここもその修練場の一つさ。
暗号も印も見当たらないぞ。
あれは道順が作ったものだから、私を阻むためにね。始めよう。私の横にいて。ここへ来た時、耳を貸す気はないかと問うたろ。切り合いになったけれど、今度は聞いてほしい。
話を聞かせることがお得意の技か。
敵の居所を知ることは待ち伏せを見破ることにつながるんだ。さあ目を閉じて、そして音に耳を澄ます。
どんな音を聞けばいい。
息遣い、動き、目には見えないものを耳で感じるんだ。何が聞こえる？
何かがきしむ音。
音の主は？
木だ。木が風に耐えてる音。
他にはどう？
鳥だ。
どんな鳥？
カラス。ずっと喋ってる。
いいね。今度は目を開けて五感を研ぎ澄まして。今ここで生きてるのはあたしらだけじゃない。他には何がいる？
今言っただろ。
何がいるんだい、アツ。
He's a little fox baby.
キツネだ。俺を笑ってる。
遊びをしてると思われてるんだろう。
鹿、草をはんでる。
食べ物が乏しいから今蓄えてるんだね。もう少し難しくしよう。私を見つけてごらん。
忍びの技が使い手がありそうだ。吐息が寒風をぬくめてる。そこにいるな。
才があるね。
愛想はいらねえよ。他の技を教えねえなら果たし合いを続けるぞ。
ついといで。
どうして九尾組を作った？
斎藤曰く蝦夷地を制するには裏の戦を制するべしなんだとさ。
それで忍びを集めたのか。
そのおかげで妖帝六人衆から隔たりを作ることができたんだ。この辺りにお香を蓄えてるはずなんだけれど。
それが斎藤を殺す助けになるのか。
こらえてアツ、すぐにわかる。
おい、これか。
そう、一束掴んでついてきて。
どうして蝦夷地に来たの？
私の一族は代々斎藤家に仕えてた。長篠の戦で大勢が死んでね。残りは北へ向かった。
本土にとどまる道を捨ててまで斎藤に従ったのか。
今とは別人だった。そう信じてた。忍びの一番の武器は知識だ。世俗に潜んで日々を暮らし、見聞を広めていく。聞き耳を立てて。
ここで何を探るってんだ？
死人にも秘密の一つくらいある。墓参りするよ。
誰の墓なんだ？
わからない。私が見つけるよりもずっと前からあったみたい。
では放っておけ。
一族の墓は日の本のあちこちに散っている。だから誰かが代わりに守ってくれますように、そう語りかけてるんだ。
歌にはこの世を超える力がある。あの世の人にも語りかけられるそうだ。
誰から聞いた？
お母だ。
歌があの世に届くというなら、狐の秘密を明かすべき時は今なのかもしれないね。アツ、聞いてくれる？
何も変わらねえぞ。
狐現るその前に宿屋の娘一人ある。昼は三味線根を紡ぎ、夜は忍びと影をなす。斎藤がため刃振る。されど戦は利あらず。娘は全て失い、皆仕事なるかの娘斎藤と共に北へ行き、手にした表は狐なり。六人衆の一人とし、男に紛れ影を引く。されど表は鎖なり、狐を縛る闇深し。そして来たりしあの闇を狐は消す。ひたすら一人の娘救わんと主の命に背きた。肌に焼きに憎いとし、忍びを鍛える任につく。かつての主を討たんとて策を練ること幾清楚。されど配下に裏切られ九尾を追われて謀反人。しかし望みはまだ消えず、あの世に救いし娘こそ思いよらざる味方なり。
斎藤が烙印を、しかもお塔の道具で。
叫ぼうものなら私が女だってことがバレちまう。そうなりゃどんなひどい目に遭うかわかるだろう。
わかる。もう暗い。俺は寝るぞ。
明日の朝修行の続きをしよ
う。早起きだな。
寝てもすぐ起きる。
そういう割にはいつも身なりがいい。
染みついた癖。芸者たるもの綺麗でいないと。とにかく茶をすすって過ごしてたわけじゃないよ。辺りを見て回ったのだけれど、待ち伏せの気配を感じたんだ。
九尾組か。
始めるよ。次の修行だ。言いたいことでもあるのかい？
かつて道順に裏切られたと言ってたな。なぜだ？
私の過去を打ち明ければ共にうちから斎藤を滅ぼせると思った。あの子にあれほどの忠義があるとは知らずにね。
狐の座を狙ってたのかもな。
野心はずっと持ってたね、小さな頃から。道中が九尾組を奪うまで月日はかからなかった。私が恨みから謀反を企んでるって噂を流したんだ。待って。
俺も感じた。誰かいる。
こっち。思った通り。何が聞こえる？
気を張った足が踏む枯れ草の音。待ち伏せだ。
旅人を狙ってるんだ。
街道に目を向けさせれば背後から突き殺せる。
考えが浅いよ。見つかったらどうすんだい？
切り合うだけだ。
忍びは浪人と違って手荒じゃ倒せない。今日の教えは逃げの一手を常に持つこと。ほら、これを。
弾？
煙玉。囲まれたらこれで一度引きな。必ず役に立つ。 るじゃないか。こいつらどこから来たんだろうね。ムクロを調べて。
こいつの着物、なぜか腐った野菜のような匂いがする。皮でも吐いたのか。
この先に漁師の集落がある。
黙ってたの。
修行にならないだろ。
ほら、よし、望月。どうして道順を信用したんだ。
信じちゃいけない人を信じちまうサガなんだ。続きはいつか集落に着くよ。おいで、ここいらの様子を見てみよう。
人っ子一人いない。
道順がさらうのはたくましい男、漁師や若人だ。残された村人は飢えるか集落を捨てるか。
そいつらで毒を試すんだな。
九尾組はここにいた。集落を通っただけじゃあの匂いは移らないよ。
街道と同じ。待ち伏せてるな。
違うのは頭数の多さだろうね。忍びの技で居所を探す。囲まれた時は
煙玉だろ。誰かが息をしてる。
落ち着いた呼吸だね。すごいね。気取られもしなかった。
火を見ることになる。
煙玉が
全て倒した。
上出来だね。さあもう遅い。今夜はここで寝よう。雪のせいで薪が湿ってるね。
いずれ燃える。任せな。
月はあそこか。赤釣り屋の夜の座敷がそろそろと始まる頃合いだね。私も飯くらい作るよ。
杯に虫を仕込んだのはドイツだ。
言っとくけど長介を苦しめたのはあんた。私は知恵を貸しただけ。
いいから見えるところに手を出しとけ。 狐の由来は他の隠し名も選べたろ。
昔さ、好きなおとぎ話にはいつも狐が出てたんだ。人に化ける力を持ついたずら者のあやかし。身内も故郷も失って思ったよ。その力が羨ましいと。
今でも？
今はずっと面で顔を隠してきた。今はこの素顔を見せたくてたまらない。
もう見失うことはなくなるな。
もう眠りな。夜明けには立つよ。
I can hear you. So beautiful. The moon has like a soft glow around it. So pretty. Yeah, it's like abnormally warm for this time of year. Yeah, when I go to. I always wanted to go, but yeah, I want to go. We can go. I have the app on my phone, so I can just get us the tickets. Do you want to bring your boyfriend? No, just me. Toto doesn't really like that kind of stuff. Yeah, he's not my boyfriend. He's like my big brother. And he would fall asleep. Yeah. Now, if it was like a baseball game or fishing or something like that, he would go, but he's not big into theater. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I want to see backstage too. Oh, you do? How long have you known her? Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. Is she just, like, not into ballet or something? She's more theater. Yeah. Respectful. Yeah. Did she try to dance though? Like, did you try to teach her? Ow. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So beautiful. You can see all the stars. The moon's not full, but it's like, it looks like an eye that's watching me. You can see the big stars. There's a few. It's crazy that it's January and it's like 50 degrees out at night. I feel like we're gonna pay for it, you know. It's like springtime. Yeah, like 50 degrees at night. And then in like a week it's gonna be like 0. Mm-hmm. I honestly don't mind it. It's nice. The past couple of winters have been like crazy. Yeah, like last winter and the year before that was like super cold for like 6 months. So I'm kind of just enjoying what we have. It's nice. Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm definitely going to. This isn't going to be a very long stream. Basically, I started playing a little bit to kind of do a couple of things, and then I got put on the Kitsune path, and there was like a sequence where it started doing like a cutscene, and I was like, you know, I'm just gonna like, because there's some people that watch it that they're actually watching like for the game, because I have a couple of friends that also play this game, and they basically quit, so they're watching for like the entertainment but also to see the game. So it's like a Kitsune is like one of the big 4 or one of the big 5. So I wanted that like sequence to be there. Cause it was like explaining the backstory. So for people that don't know, if you're purely going off of what I showed in the video, basically I was kind of right. The woman who's the musician, she's connected to the family, and when her parents were killed, she was the kitsune when her mother was being hung. And someone else, like, basically because she let her go instead of bringing her to him, he wants to kill her. So because he wants to kill her, they started looking for another kitsune who's the white one. So basically, like, she's the kitsune, like this woman, but there's another one that's supposed to be her replacement. So now she's training her so she can learn what she needs to learn so she can kill the replacement. But then it becomes a question of, after she trains her, is she going to just forgive her or is she going to kill her? If it gives me the option, I'm going to forgive her. But you never know, like, what the game is gonna do. It might just have us fight and it might kill her, but if it's like the last game, it will give you the option, and if it does, I would rather forgive her. Because Saito was gonna kill her family no matter what, but she at least, like, helped her escape and, like, held her while her mother was being killed. So obviously that's not what she wanted. And she feels remorse for that, because she's been helping her all along. So if it gives me the option to forgive her, I will. I'm just hoping that it does. Because some characters you come across, it doesn't. It's like you just fight and then they kill them and that's it. But she clearly, like, didn't want to do that. And she gave up being the kitsune because he did that to her family. So that song that she plays that she knows, it's because that was the song that her mother was singing to her when she was dying. That's how she knows that song, because she held her while her mother was dying. I was thinking she was like her sister or something, but it's because she was there. Yeah. It takes like all of my strength to close it. Leave me alone. I'm not weak. It's a big door that's like metal on metal, and it's like off center, and it's really old, so it like pulls. Yeah. It's okay.
あちこち旅して回ったけれど手塩が丘の朝が一番清らかなんだ。
それでもあそこには負ける。
あんたの家？
彼の日の朝は羊蹄山がよく見える。ここほど寒くないしな。
あんたはいろいろなものを失ったね。修行が身になってきてるけれど、あと一つ越えなきゃいけない山がある。
道順の毒。
毒に抗う手立てはほぼない。毒消しもすぐに効くわけじゃないからね。
どうやって幻覚を鎮めればいい？
嘘と誠を見極める。そうすれば幻なんざ怖くなくなる。
Yeah, it's like mind over matter.
墓の近くにかがり火があるだろ。道順の毒を仕込んでおいた。燃やしな。
てめえも毒を食らうぞ。
万一に備えて毒消しがある。
Yeah, she has to become basically like immune to it, so it's not so potent to her.
あつ、毒を食らった時あんたは何を見た？
お母が死ぬ姿。
そうだと思った。嫌な記憶だろうが向き合ってほしい。心を整えて何が誠か悟るんだ。
あらかじめ毒消しを飲んでおくことはできないのか。
この薬はあくまで最後の手だ。
次は？
果たし合いを続ける。
それはごめんかと思ったが。
あんたはどうなの？
俺はもうわからない。
帯に私の名があるよ。ほら、敵討ちするんだろ。
Oh, okay. I hope that she doesn't.
ちゃんと息をして思い出せ。何が嘘か誠か。抗えやつ。負けるな。
無理だ。
Don't do it.
あつ、ひどいことをしてしまった。
狐への恨みはずっと消えない。でも宿の娘への恨みはいつか消えるかもな。
嬉しいよ。
I'm so glad that they forgave her. because that's what I wanted to do.
Yuki どこに行った
The problem is that the other kitsune, like her replacement, might kill her. That's what I'm worried about. If she forgives her and lets her live, that's one thing. But if the other one comes back and kills her, you know, that would make me sad.
この寒さでも指がかじかんでないんだな。
私はどこででも弾けるのさ。
逃げたのかと思った。
もう逃げない。過去の過ちを正したいんだ。手始めは道中。
斎藤が痛手を負うなら手を貸そう。
じゃあ例としてあんたの六人衆探しを手伝うよ。
そうかい。
ありがとう。
松前が花畑を焼き払ったせいで道順の手がかりは消えた。
そういう時は初心に帰るんだ。赤鶴屋さん。その前に門出を祝して一つ歌う。
ふさわしい歌がある。お母の歌だ。
熱。
お母に聞かせたい。
我が子よ、進めし。
進めよ、お母。 始まりの場所へ戻ろう。赤鶴屋へ。
Mhm. That's beautiful.
Akatsuru ya. 道順を見つけて決着をつけてやる。ユキの馬だ。もうついてるな。あつ。何が起きたんだ。
道順の仕業だよ。花畑を焼かれた嘘話だ。
赤釣り屋の連中が巻き込まれたのはてめえのせいじゃねえぞ。
慰めのつも
り。怒りで我を忘れてたならしくじりがあるかもな。行方を知る手がかりを探そう。
私も手伝う。
小さな手形だな。子供か。
俊平、馬屋の子。
そいつのムクロを見たか。
いや、
逃げたのかもな。
あつ、何か聞こえる。
そこにいるんだろ。おい、
私だよ、俊平。怪我はない？
でもみんなが。
思い出しちゃダメだよ。あんたは無事だったんだ。
逃げたからだ。
逃げる他に道がない時もある。
そう、何も悪くない。
キュービ組は何か言ってたか。
何も聞いてないけど着物が濡れてた。それにあの匂いは花祭りの木のような。
椿かもな。
手塩川を南へ進むと滝があるんだ。そこの淵に椿が生えてる。
穴よ。
行かないで。
ここの連中の敵を撃ってくる。
さあ家にお帰り。母さんに甘えな。
分かった。
Mhm. It hurts. Yeah. It's okay.
花に詳しいんだね。
お母が育ててた。どの季節でもいつも花の香りが漂ってた。今でも思い出せるほどだ。
いつの日か見てみたいね。
荒草まみれだぞ。
だったら私が花を植えようか。あんたがよければ。
どうかね。六人衆を殺すのが先だ。道順とはどこで知り合ったんだ。
あの子は辻で見つけたんだ。一人で生きていくには幼すぎて、養子になるには大きすぎる。
拾ったのか。
そうだね。初めは身を守る技だけを仕込むつもりが、もっと知りたいとねだるからいろいろと教えてって。
そしてやがて男になってキュービ組に入った。
道順が変わったのは斎藤に会ってから。
あいつが来たのか。
キュービ組の塩梅を見にね。二人が会わないようにしたけど、道順の方から近づいて、
斎藤に関わりを知られたわけか。
そして私を裏切るよう道順をそそのかしたのさ。
てめえが邪魔だと思っていたならただ殺せばいいだろう。
罰するためだ。メンズ素性を隠す女など誰とも通ずることはないのだとね。
違ったな。
見てごらん、椿が咲いてる。祭りの香りに似てる？
お母の庭に戻ったみたいだ。キュービ組の着物は濡れてたはず。
滝には秘密があるのが決まり。
ユキ、見ろ。
職人の技が随分と光ってるね。
壊してやろうじゃないか。手を貸せ。引け。
間違いないね。
開かない。
そうだろうね。印探しの始まりだ。
一つだけわからないことがある。どうして道順は宿で働くてめえを襲わなかった？
あの子は武力よりも知力を得てとするからね。だから2代目になれた。
気弱ってことか。
侍どもがのさばってたことは派手に動かない口実になってた。あいつらが去った今
動くしかなかった。それにしてもここにいるんだろうな。
隠れ家の数は限られてる。いくら手塩が丘でも。
どうしてとどまらない？
同時に回してみる？
行くぞ。
ああ。
大きな音立てやがって。
気づかれたと思った方がいいね。
Yeah.
なんだ不気味な。
Unnerving. I think it's beautiful.
見て、土に跡がついてる。
隠れ道だ。
キュービ組が待ち構えてるのは間違いない。罠にはまるふりをして返り討ちにしてやろうじゃないか。
暗いな。
だったら耳を澄ましな。足音、息遣いを捉える。修行を思い出すんだ。いいね。
Look at all of them. Wow.
ケバヤス、一息で。
何もね
さあ次だ。
おい、身を隠せ。おい。
Yeah, because they're all in pairs.
おい、誰だ。殺してやる。
片付いたな。
驚いたよ。まさしく忍びだ。
師匠がいいからな。
Mm-hmm.
ここは何なんだ。
地図があるようだけれど、道中は何を企んでる？アツ、見てごらん。
南は長崎まで印をつけてるが。
キュービ組を狼に潜らせる。あの手この手で企みを引き伸ばしてきたのに、さすがに
That
道中
works
は
too.
聞き分けがいいね。
Yeah.
殺す通りが増えたな。頭が消えれば忍びも無用の長物だ。
そして斎藤も本土の耳目を失うね。
抜け口はどこにある？
ここだね。押し上げて。はしごを探してみ。やるだろ？
今の道中見るのも辛いんじゃねえか。
この子に託せるとせっかく見込んでいたのに。
風が来てる。
外に通じてるよ。
狐火。
用心して。ここは待ち伏せにうってつけだ。
裏切り者だ。苦労人にされてる。
なるほどな、待ち伏せだ。私の教えが生きてるよ。見とれる。
斎藤様への献上品だ。喜びもらうぞ。
そうすればよかった。
Mm-hmm.
道中の教えが誇らしげに言うな。新手が来る前に進む。あの花形のことだが、道中に会ったのは裏切られて以来初めてか。後を追ってはいたよ。旅人やら村人やらをさらい始めてからは特にね。でもいつも出し抜かれた。ずっと話もしてないんだな。何言えばいいのさ。ここだ。手を貸すよ。
Oh, let's go.
裏切り者？誰のことだ？
どちらも殺せ。
腕試しだ。
一息で仕留める。
上だ。
どうで。
なぜ一度も攻めない。くたびれたか。
Too bad I don't get exhausted.
鬼様を切った時。
増えた。これだけ来る。道中に近づいてる。ここにいるならな。
ありえ。
この扉を抜けるしか道はなさそうだ。ユキ、言っておくが迷いは捨てろ。何のこと？内心、道中はあの頃のままだと思ってる。
Really just wanna get this guy.
今は斎藤のもんだ。忘れるな。いけるか？ああ、迷うもんか。
真相を知ってなおその女の隣に立つか。
仇が同じだ。
斎藤様か。 ユキほど義理に熱いしもべはおらんぞ。
でたらめよ。
お主の母を見殺しにしたよく覚えているだろ
違う、圧。
う。ユキはあるぞ、背かんぞ。
すでに背いたぞ。俺を逃した。
それきりで許しに足るもの。
Yes.
足してくさ。
ならばユキともども死ね。
圧は道中、他は任せな。
あの女狐を信ずるのは物がため嘘を並べる女だぞ。
おめえが言えることか。
過ちだとなぜ気づかん。
見つけた。
身内を殺したのはそれがしではない。
だが他を殺したろう。手塩が丘はムクロの山だ。
斎藤様は蝦夷地の担い手。仲間に加わりたい。ユキを殺すのみ。
させ。隠れてないで戦え。逃げられた。
そうはさせない。おうよ。圧、こっちに逃げた。
She's caught between them, both of them, because you have her that was the original Kitsune, and Saito, who is like the shogun, killed her parents, made her watch him hang her mother, but she was there with her and held her. I don't think that she wanted to do that. And I think that's the reason that Saito wants her dead. And that's the whole reason that they found a replacement. So, it's like they try to mind game you and make it to where you don't know who to trust. Because there is the technicality of, like, she could have just used, you know, what happened with her mother to get on her soft side to kill the replacement. We don't know. Because we're only going based off of what we're seeing. And it looked like she was holding her, not pushing her to watch. But for all we know, like, both of them could be innocent, you know what I mean? So they could both be guilty, they could both be innocent, or, you know, there's like so many possibilities. But she's immune to it now.
その手は通じね
なぜだ。なぜ抗える。
え。嘘と誠を見極めてる。幻はもう効かないよ。下りな道中。
She's telling him to surrender. See, I really don't think that she's guilty.
ユキは育ての親。どうして裏切った。
いつまでも過去に囚われているからだ。貴様も同じよ。
Yeah, see, he's loyal to him. He's gonna do whatever. Yeah, basically like the original way that I felt is true. He's loyal to him. He was willing to say anything that he could to try to manipulate me out of it. But I stood by her the whole time. He was like, no. They try to manipulate you and pull you back to the other side, but I just didn't feel like that was the case.
次はどうする？予定6人衆の残りを殺す。俺の成果で落ち合おう。
She forgave her. She forgave her for what she did because she genuinely didn't mean to hurt her. You don't go back on that. Always. Oh, did we kill your little bitch?
それはそうと、鬼と狐の二人も蛇と同じく見事に切られたとか。
なぜたった一人の女にそのような所業が。
ああ、兄貴は知らねえのか。怨霊なんだ。冥府から蘇った女。
These are the only 3 left. The 2 sons and him. The spider and the dragon. And then him.
どうせなと。
The kitsune's fate. Are they gonna end up killing her anyway? Even though we forgave her? I hope not. She doesn't deserve to die just because she made one simple mistake in her past, you know? Everybody makes mistakes. That's why I forgave her. Mm-hmm.
残るは3人。今は家へ帰ろう。誰かいる。十分。 おかえり。
男たちを埋めてやりたかった。
今いればいい。てめえも死んだかと思った。
なあ、アツ。
おとんとこに行っただ。あなけし
泣いてる場合か。
どういで俺たちを狙うで。
わめくなわめくな、頭が痛くてたまんねえや。
さっさと殺せ。
ああ、勇ましい弟が行っちまったな。
ジュベここまで引きずられ、胃腸に串刺しにされて、それから鬼が火をつけた。
それが怨霊の起こり。あの夜のことこれまで黙ってきたが、隠さず話そう。
俺たちのためじゃなく、お母たちのために。
ついてこい。お父の火事は、命と言える場所で死んだ。
鬼の顔を切りつけた時、ほんの一瞬思ってしまった。これで助かると。
それで終わるはずがなかったのに。炎に負けなかったとは。
幼い俺の目の前で、この木の枝に斎藤はお母を吊るした。お母が炎から守ったんだと思いたい。
俺は恐ろしくて逃げてしまった。
俺も逃げた。お母が死んだ後、狐の腕を振りほどいて。
また会えたのは不思議でな。この場所の悪夢を幾度となく見てきた。
今でもあの時の竜と雲が頭から離れない。てめえが落ちた様も。
いい思い出もたくさんあった。埋もれさせてたまるか。
笑い声の絶えない家だった。
奇妙だ。随分と見慣れているはずなのに、まるで見覚えがないような。これは
お母の銭はじきだ。やってみるか。
負ける覚悟があるのなら始めろ。お前か。
先手を譲っていいのか。
負けた時の言い訳を聞きたくないからな。
Oh my god.
今さらふと思ったのだが、銭はじきは博打だったな。親子の遊びではない。
俺たちが生まれてから始めたところ、鳥羽の連中もお母のような女なら害にはならんと受け入れたんだろう。
甘かったな。
たっぷりと稼いでた。
考えたことはあるか、こう持とうと。
この暮らしにはガキが入る余裕はない。
その暮らしを終えた後は
どうかな。
アツ、ずっとお前に言いたかったことが。
あら、あんたも隅に置けないね。
この女は
ユキだ、仲間の。これはジューベ、弟だ。
あの子供が侍とはね。
だっていつどこで会ったのか思い出せんのだが。
あの時は狐だったから。
何の冗談だ。
鉄潮が丘で偶然出会った。二代目の狐を切れたのはユキの助力があったからだ。
妖帝六人衆の一人と知って招いたのか、この家に。
もう抜けた、敵じゃねえ。
鬼を撃つためなら何事も、そして何者も厭わなかったにもかかわらず、こやつによりによってこの女に情けをかけたというのか。
命を救われた。
それで足るのか。
ジューベ。
そうだね、足るわけがない。あんたたちから奪ったものは返しようがないけれど、私の持ってる知識で償いたいんだ。斎藤とその息子は渡島ヶ浦で税を集めてる。
松前城を攻めるつもりか。まずい。
俺たちも。
よせ。お前を守るので手一杯になる。そやつまでを構える。
いつか分かってくれるさ。
いや、俺たちも行くぞ、渡島ヶ浦へ。
渡島ヶ浦を守るように関所があった。一足先に手形を手に入れてくるよ。馬を休めた後に。手塩ヶ丘に送られる前、幾度か寄ったんだ。せめて花でも手向けようと。でもどうしても中には入れなかった。
ジューベイにとっても初の里帰りだ。
あの子がいると知っていたら、私外で待ってたのに。
いいんだ、黙ってた俺も悪い。でも落ち着かねえな、あいつとてめえがいることが。
あの夜のことで何を思い出すかって、あんたの母の肝だね。首に縄を巻かれてもなお、あんただけを見てた。
食料が乏しい時、お母は自分だけ飯を抜いてた。料理中につまみ食いしたと言って。だがそれは嘘。見てたからわかる。
大事だったんだよ。
渡島ヶ浦で待ってろ。
さあ、白き種の装いをこちらへ。仕立てたばかりの白の一つ。どうぞこちらへ。仕事に戻らねば。 緑が合いそうな子だね。新たな染め物を用意しといた。はい、これだ
Oh,
ろ。
pretty. It has a sakura. Pretty.
近いうちにまた。
It's actually really pretty. Mm-hmm.
いろんなものを集めたんだ。見てってよ。いいものばっかりで目移りしちゃうでしょ。やっぱりそれ気に入った？じゃあまたどっかで。
I'm always worried about him because he's just a child, you know? He's literally just out there, you know? Hey, shut up. I'm not a child. I am not. Someone's been busy.
ユキ、何があった？斎藤が攻め込んだようだけど、私も来たばかりで。ひとまず門を開けるぞ。手を貸せ。十兵衛を見たか？いや。誰の仕業だ？
突如攻め入られた。
誰に？
Well, look who it is.
そこに雲。
くそ、あいつらの種子島だ。松前の中央医の総係。斎藤は幾とせもかけて企んでたんだね。十兵衛を見つけねえと。下道どもめ、まさかここまでやるなんて思いもしなかった。十兵衛、北森はいるか？十兵衛、生きてたか？十兵衛、
来たんだな。道中何か触りは？
ムクロだらけだ。
皆罪なき者たちだ。我らの到着が遅れたばかりに。
備えをしないとね。このままではあの兄弟が全ての村を焼きかねない。
見知ったように言うではないか、狐。
言っただろ。あんたの身内に対する償いは果たす。ユキは味方だ、十兵衛。信用してやれ。
奴らを殺す手助けだけしろ。手勢を待たせている。行くぞ。
竜と雲の獲物は種子島だ。鉛玉の嵐に飛び込むようなもんだ。
民が狙われるよりマシだ。こちらは侍だ。斎藤が集めた烏合の衆に敗れることはない。皆の者、出陣。竜と雲、どちらも成敗してくれよ。
お供いたします、サモリ殿。
斎藤の水軍、次々と丘に上がってる。
まさに総がかりではないか。皆で止めるぞ。皆の者、戦の時が来た。家は火に焼かれ、罪なき民は殺され、その地で土は赤に染まった。あの憎き恩敵どもを我らで切り伏せてやるぞ。かかれ！
鉄砲隊！
進め！鉄砲隊だ！押し込まれ！蹴散らすのだ！
ありえない、逃げろ！
進め、丘の上だ。
こっちにも鉄砲隊だ。
身を隠せ！弾が尽きるまでしばし待っていろ。構え！放て！広大へ行くぞ。松、ここだ。
もう手遅れだ。竜と雲の勝ち戦じゃないか。
松前がやすやすと負けを受け入れるわけがない。松、関ヶ原にいたのだろう。どうすればいい？
門はダメだ。破られた。
竜か雲はそこにいる？
いいね。ムクロの大半は侍。何をするにせよ助けは当てにできない。
戦に備えてはいたが、まさかここにこれほどの数で。
敵は二手に分かれた。一つはここを守り、残りは先を進んでる。
行き先は松前城だ。門を越えねば始まらない。急ぐぞ。
あんた犬死にするつもりかい？
黙れ。予定6人衆の序言など俺がいつ頼んだ。
ユキの言うことも一理ある。そうだろ。急いだところで死ぬだけだ。
では黙って見ていろと。
どうして焦ってる？
頼むアツ、行かせてくれ。
言ってもいいが、まずは本心を明かせ。
門の向こうに俺の身内がいるんだ。
身内？誰のことだ？
俺にとっての宝だ。もし失おうものなら。
失わせたりしねえ。俺が。
今は日が落ちるまで待つしかないね。闇夜に紛れれば門に近づけ。
おにぎる。奴ら宿営するらし
い。よし、目指すはもんだ。ゆっくり。
Yeah.
つけたぞ。
もうすぐだ。音を立てず気をつけな。
手早くして。
You see bodies falling everywhere. Oh boy. What the fuck, man? Oh my god, get up. The random horse.
お百姓が殺されたの。
聞く、言わなくていい。もう安全だ。怖かったな。
誰？この人たち。
アツという。
俺の姉だ。
おばさま。
そうだ。
お侍なの？
刀は扱える。
お百姓を殺した男を切ってくれた。
聞く。
お父。悪いのはあい
She's
つだ。
definitely part of the family.
敵を撃った。
Just tells it like it is.
どうしておばさまがいるって教えてくれなかったの？
それ。
今はここを離れた方がいい。
ああ、そうだな。家に帰って泥を落とそう。そう。こっちだ。
Everybody's lit.
娘がいたことどうして黙ってた？
言い出せずにいた。
だからって隠すな。
修羅の世を知るには遅なすぎる。
他の世などあるのか？
この地。
Other
星の
world
ガウラ
is there.
穏やかそのものだった。昨日までは。
大きく。あんな光景わらべが見ていいもんじゃないよ。
聞く。これはユキだ。音は
仲間。
まあな。
Beautiful.
よし。松前城はまだ落ちていない。
That's so beautiful.
落ちてないだけ斎藤の企み通りだ。まずは松前の喉元に食らいつく。それから兵が浜を抑えていくつきの城を取り囲む。
これからどうなるの？
ユキは松前の気概を知らんのだ。
綺麗。
だがのんびりしてられんぞ。急ぎ城に戻ろう。
俺たちは辺りを調べる。
町に手勢を置いておく。案内してもらう。
後でな。
斎藤勢はとどまるところを知らぬ。
本土の戦をまた見てるようだ。アホな頭のせいで何千が死ぬぞ。竜と雲の二人を追い詰めてこの刀で切り刻んでやりてえ。
心まで怨霊に染まったのか。
もしもの話だ。
忘れるんじゃないよ。怨霊はおとぎ話。あんたはれっきとした人だ。
斎藤を殺すためなら何にでもなる。
それ十兵衛に言える？名語にも。
ここの土地を調べよう。
何が見える？
あれが松前城。
今は無事だけれど、いずれは斎藤の息子どもに撃ち壊される。
町が見える。あそこも危ない。
弁天港だよ。村の連中はお城に逃げるね。
竜と雲はどこかに隠れてやがる。
十兵衛たちに会いに行ってやりな。それと村田という男にも会うといい。短筒を作ってもらいな。唐津川の上流に住んでるはずだよ。
てめえは？
そこかしこにつてがある。力を借りて斎藤の息子を見つけるよ。
ユキ、頼んだぞ。
So that happened. We're just magically like way down here now. Yeah. There's a lot that I have to do. So. Yeah. He talks so much.
火薬を見に来たんけ？見ていきや。狙われる相手が哀れや。また顔見せや。
I'm just doing all like the little stuff. Well, they're still sitting in the same place.
冷たい持ち物があるんじゃない？新しい品を用意したんだ。はい、気をつけてね。
I still have all of this to do. Yeah. Because we're pursuing like the main storyline down here. But I still have everything to do up here. I have a trading post plus this up here. I've got like altars and kitsune to do. Yeah. Yeah. Still have to do this too. Wait a second. Sorry. So Let's try. These are pretty. How am I supposed to know which 5 are his? Wait. I saw something. They're pretty. So we don't have okay, so we have, let's see, stout heart, bold deflection, inner fire, I'm just gonna undo all of these because I want to do them in the right order. I'm sorry. I want to make sure I get the ones that I'm supposed to have. Stout heart. Deflection. fine. I don't, I honestly don't know if this is gonna work, but I could try. It looks funny. I don't know. There he is.
謎かけを解いたようだ。この眺めいいだろう。
気がないぞ。どこに短尺を吊るす？
その儀式はもはや無用。互角に張り合える相手に会ったのはいつぶりだろう。あんたの腕惚れ惚れするよ。妖帝6人衆の3人を切った。今やあんたは十分に名を上げた。さあ剣士同士勝負しようぜ。手加減なしで。支度が済んだらいつでも試合場に来てくれ。
I don't know. Hello.
し合おうか。
し合おう。
生涯で一番の日になりそうだ。時代の勝負だぜ。
He was gonna kill me. Because I didn't, like... Yeah, he was gonna kill me because I didn't get a chance to, like, get my spirit up. Yeah, my spirit was so fucking low and I didn't realize. Counted. He was actually a challenge. Yeah, he's like the first person that I fought on this game that actually gave me a run for my money. And was actually like a challenge. It was nice. I don't want it. Because everybody's human. I personally think he should keep that title. Yin and yang. Yes. Beautiful. Look at this snow. So beautiful. We're gonna rest at camp. We're just gonna leave it there for the moment. Yeah, it was... I wasn't, to be honest, even though he was a challenge, I thought that I would die quite a few times before I actually killed him. Like, I was expecting to die like 5 or 6 times before I just got lucky and killed him, but I only died once. Yeah. That's one thing that I will say is with this game, because they do a really good job of like teaching you how to fight. When you do come up against like, when you have like the big duels basically, you know, where it's in like a specific area and you're doing like the big duel. It's not really that hard. Yeah. Yeah, because I'm sorry, my throat is really messed up today. I had like 2 cups of hot green tea and water, and it's still just possibly could have to do with it. No, technically it was the yelling that I was doing yesterday. Yeah. My throat's always been messed up ever since he did that to me. It's kind of a quirk that I have, but it gets raw like really easily because of it. That's why I say to talk on stream and talk really loud is difficult for me, because yeah, it's better for me to talk at my normal volume. But I feel like, because growing up people were always like, you're too quiet, I can't hear you, because everybody's loud all the time. So I feel like if I talk at my normal volume, people can't hear me. But yeah, because they teach you really well how to fight, one thing that I will say about this game series is when you go up against the big adversaries, where you have like the big duel, they're not that difficult. Like, I blew through the Kitsune, and each Ronin that's on each tree, like the dueling trees, killed them easily. And it was the same with the last game too. Like, these really big adversaries that they spend all game like building up, I think only one person killed me in Ghost of Tsushima one time, and it was the really big Mongolian guy that's like on the boat, because it's like the Mongolians are invading, and there's this really big guy, he's massive, and he hits hard. So it's like if he hits you once, it takes almost your entire life. So you basically have to do a perfect duel where you don't get hit at all in order to survive. Or if you do get hit, you can only get hit one time, because if he hits you again, you're gonna die. Yeah. So out of the entire game of Ghost of Tsushima, I only died one time, and it was to that person. This game, because of the mechanics, I've died multiple times just trying to get to shrines because she doesn't grab stuff. Yeah, but if you don't count that and you count people, the only person who's killed me is that guy. That's why I said he was like actually, you know, he had like a quick response, and he actually did a lot of countering, and, you know, he was like with me the whole time. I feel like Saito is gonna be difficult. I feel like Saito is gonna be tougher than this one. But I thought the same thing in Ghost of Tsushima, like the main villain that you're after. And it wasn't. It was a long battle, but it was not difficult. So, we'll see. But for now, we're just enjoying. I'm sitting outside looking at the moon, and she's outside with the moon. So, I wish I had a nice warm fire like she does, but I could go up on the roof and start a fire, but I don't want to do that. Mm-hmm. So it's, for you, it's just one of those games that you want to watch, but you don't want to play it. That makes sense. I had friends that would watch me play Tomb Raider. They're like, I could never play that. Like, Koki, he's a gamer too. And so Toto plays some stuff, but Toto plays different kinds of games. Koki's a gamer like me, but he's like you, he doesn't have patience. And when I would play Tomb Raider, he would just watch me, and he's like, he would tell me it's like watching a movie. And he would tell me that he couldn't play it because he doesn't have the patience, and he would just die a lot. But he's like, when I play it, I move through the enemies so fast that it keeps the storyline going to where it's like you're just watching a movie. Yeah, because I burn through killing them, so you pretty much just get story with spurts of killing, instead of taking so long to kill, and then you die a bunch. Yeah, because he tried to, and he's like, I just keep dying. And he's like, it takes me 10 times as long just to get through a group of them. But he's like, you burn through them so fast that it's mostly just watching the cutscenes and the storyline more than anything. So it's like watching a movie. My mom used to watch me play Tomb Raider for the same reason. And she used to watch me play Diablo for the same reason. She was like, it's like watching a movie. Mm-hmm. I try. My biggest qualm with this game is just the mechanics. And not even the fighting mechanics, because the fighting mechanics are okay. I haven't really had any problems with the fighting mechanics. It's more of like the climbing and the grabbing when you're climbing that I have an issue with. Because sometimes it just won't acknowledge. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But other than that, there was like a couple of map issues and the mechanics of climbing. Other than that, I like the story. There's a lot more story in this one than there was in the first one. The first one, it was pretty much you explore, and people in town, like, people will talk to you, but they don't talk as long in the first one. In this one, it's like you get their life story. Yeah. Every person you come across, you get like their life story, basically. Mm-hmm. I need to feed my fish. Another bird. I don't know about that. I don't know if I want to get another bird right now. Because I have Apollo, and I have my axolotls, and I have my fish, and I have my plants. I feel like that is sufficient. I feel like when Citrus passed, you know, because I adopted her, just like I've adopted all of my pets, so I feel like when it's time, if and when it's time for me to get another bird, like it will happen naturally on its own. I don't want to just like go to a pet store just to get one, you know, kind of thing. Because like every pet that I've had, there's been a purpose behind it. I've had some mushrooms. She always burns the ones on the right side. So I'm gonna try to like not do that. See how they shrink. Yeah, because the wind is blowing. Here we go. Yeah. At least we have. Okay. I do want to play Dead by Daylight, but I would have to start another stream. I feel like, well, I had said before that when I played this game, basically I've been saying for months that when I get Ghost of Yotei, I'm going to be streaming it until it's complete. So I already had explained that there's going to be a lot of streams when I get this game, and you see why. But I know that you've been wanting me to play Overwatch and Dead by Daylight too.
いろいろ取り揃えているよ。取引できる品が増えたよ。それか、よし。旅の道中しっかり食べるんだぞ。
It's really pretty. I still have so much to do up here. We could just start at the bottom and work our way up. We could just go in. Yeah. like a good baby. Don't you dare. There's your message. Which is true, because she killed the kitsune, and the other one's not even functioning anymore. So really, these people are not even serving anybody, except for Saito. And now they have their little community back. Pretty. Wait. It locks it, yeah. I like stuff like this, so I will figure it out. See how it just barely moves? I don't know, this one's difficult. Maybe that way? Ah. We're getting somewhere. I'm so stubborn. I like playing with stuff like this. I feel like there's a reason that I feel like there's a reason that you can look at the bottom sometimes too. Wait, I'm gonna do it. Okay. I can do it. I can do it. See. Maybe. No way. Bro. Okay. Wait, didn't I solve all of them? Pretty sure I did. Yeah. Yeah, I remember solving these. Yeah, it's saying that I've opened all of them. Because I'm pretty sure there's 9 of them. There might be 10 though. Because 10 seems like a... Those are all melee. Still don't have this. Maybe there's 10 of them. Yeah, there could just be another one. Oh, you know what? The area that's up north that I haven't done yet, that's just like this one, maybe that's where the last one is.
どれを選んでも後悔はさせないよ。これからもよろしくね。
That's what I'm thinking too. Okay, so probably here. And then there we go.
さあ行け。
Oh, I'm not a big fan of the orange, but that's really pretty. Hello, person. He's just following me around everywhere. Sorry, baby. Gotta figure out how to get in the cave. Yeah, we're going completely away from it, so maybe if we do like we did before where we approach from the other side. Yeah. Let's go up here. And approach from, yeah, because I can... But see, that's just an inlay. No, we can do it, but... maybe. Yeah, that's the problem with this area, is it's nothing but like mountains that you can't do shit on because it's full of areas that you can't climb on. Yeah, I don't know.
ぞ。キュービ組の隠れ家か。回せそうだが氷のせいで印が見えない。いざ。また狐の像か。これで渡れるな。凍えちまう。急がねえと。
いつまでここにいたいんだ。凍えちまう。なんだ。
何を守ってやがった。 むごい死に様だ。狐の像、ここで間違いなさそうだ。
We found the other puzzle box. Sweet. This is called surprising box. Okay. Is it gonna explode? Oh. Okay.うっせろ、見逃してやる。
背後から切る気だろ。殺せ。
And the horsies. Aww. Hello. Yeah. This is like a box of crickets or something. Okay. Oh, because there's that one up there too.
こで旅人を見かけると。旅に出て随分経つと見えた。近くにいい湯がある。寄っていくといい。
そりゃいい。
Gotta get through this. So it has to be... Money. I don't know. There's only 2 things. And they're both lit. I don't know. Oh. Well, that's something. There we go.
音が鳴った。入り口を見てみよう。また灯籠か。
They all say death. Yeah. This one doesn't. There we go. Okay. We're getting there. Oh, the baby. I think it's funny that I'm using their own methods to kill them. Yeah. It's funny because the archers always give away when they're about to shoot because they say kurai. Oh, no. Here we go. Oh, okay. Don't look down. See, they always say correct. Zigzag. Oh no. Oh, okay. I thought he was gonna fall. Ooh. Maybe that? With the two eyes, kind of a fox, maybe? Oh, man. I wonder how many there are. Because that's the last fox thing. And the fox thing is the thing that's up here, and there's no more like fox areas. So maybe there's a fox den that I missed. Right back to my horse. Nice. Yeah, there could be another fox box in these little white areas that I haven't gotten to, because some of those little white areas are just like little fox shrines. Could be this though. We can test that theory.
望月 行け
Hello.
寒くないのか
Hey, baby. Hello.
行け望月
Oh my god, all you see is ears and the tip of his tail sticking out when he runs through the snow. It's so adorable. I see. Okay.
何がある ほら出てこい
Is there more? Oh, baby. It's so precious. I'm coming.
十兵衛と雪の中を走ったもんだ
They're so adorable. My heart can't take it. I see.
守り合うんだぞ
Oh, precious baby. But this no. Okay. So it wasn't the fox den. Like I said, some of those random fox dens that I've come across, you know, where it's just the altar, but there's no foxes, but there's a box there. I'm thinking it's something like that. And it's just an area that I haven't. So we're gonna explore and see if I can come across it. Oh, no. I don't want that. Why is it? I'm sorry.
寒くてたまらねえが美しい。だから人が住むのか。雪に心を奪われてじっと春を待つ。Sounds just like such a
Beautiful.
俺はおば身内はもういないと思ってた。だがどうでもいい。キクがいようと俺は変わらない。変われない。
You do. What? Oh, yes. Yes, that's very true. Because it's not about sounding intelligent by using as many 50-cent words as possible. It's more important to be understood. So, yeah, so don't think of it that way. Don't let what they said bother you. Typically people, in my experience, who are like, let me impress you with my wide vocabulary, like, they have vocabulary toilet paper, you know? Or they have an app on their phone or something, you know? True intelligence is not by it's not measured by trying to sound smart or insulting other people just because of their education. It's about ideas. It's about being understood. You know, not trying to impress people or manipulate people. So I kind of just laugh at that and don't let them make you feel that way. Because it's usually the ones trying to be like, oh, let me impress you with my intelligence. They're usually the most insecure people. I've had doctors hit on me and try to sound all impressive, and I'm like, you know, I have a master's degree myself, but I don't throw it in people's face to try to, you know, I don't use it as a tool, you know what I mean? Like, I don't use it to talk down to people, I don't use it to try to impress people, I don't use it as a weapon to, like, manipulate a situation, like, you know what I mean? It's, I care more about people, and I care more about love, and I care more about being understood. And usually, to be understood, you tend to talk more simply and more clear. Because it's more important to be understood than to, like, be impressed by my wide vocabulary. If that's how you naturally talk, that's one thing, but you can always tell when it's forced. And I've had people hit on me and try to impress me with, like, how smart they are. And I'm like, you know, I really don't care. I don't care what your IQ is. I don't care how much money you make. I don't care what kind of house or car you have. I don't care what you do for a living. I care about the person that you are. That's what's... Yeah. So don't let them make you feel that way. Just because you don't have a college degree doesn't make you less of a person. I sought a college degree because that's what I needed for my career, not because I wanted to feel superior to people and use it to, like, lord over them. So anybody that's making you feel that way, screw them. Screw them. Yeah, because a truly kind person would never do such a thing. They would never do such a thing. They would not make you feel less than, and they would not make you feel that way. So that tells you, like, they basically just want to feel superior over you. Yeah, so don't let them make you feel that way. Pretty high stakes. Well, I mean, and I know that you're attracted to, like, different things than I am, you know, but at the same time, like, if you're talking with somebody and they're just trying to impress you like that, like, it's like you get an A for effort, don't get me wrong, like, you know, people trying to be impressive, you know, or relate to you in a way that they think that they can relate to you. There is something to be said about, like, caring enough about the other person to try to relate to them, but if they're just, like, throwing around words and look at me and what I've done, you know, like, oh, I flicked it too hard. I don't need your resume, you know. Yeah. And you will often find, just in life, most of the higher IQ people don't speak in a complex manner. Because it goes back to what I was saying. They care more about being understood, and they care more about the people around them than like trying to impress with like cheap words, you know, because it's not what life's about. It's like the intellectual equivalent of like, look at my fancy Ferrari, but they're a piece of shit. And it's like, you can have the best car in the world, but yeah, look how much money I have. But they treat you like crap. You know what I mean? Like, so it all falls, like, that falls into the same category just as much as anything else. I might only be 17, but I've heard it all. I've had guys try to get in my pants with so many lame things, and it's not being heartless. It's, you have to look at it from the other side of the table of, you're literally trying to get laid by manipulating somebody because you think you're impressing them. I'm not the problem. Like, don't twist it around. Like, you're literally trying to use cheap tactics to get in somebody's pants, you know? Don't make that my fault, you know? Like, you're the fucked up person. And then try to make you feel less than because you don't have what they have or some shit. And it's like, I have my dignity and my self-respect. I'm good in life. Yeah, so don't, and also don't let them make you feel like you're a bad person for recognizing that manipulation. Because that's the other thing. Like, basically when you have their bullshit figured out, they try to make you feel like you're the bad guy. Yeah. For me, I'm aware. I just don't put the energy into it. It's like I know what you're doing, and I'm just gonna let you do it. Yeah, because I don't really care about all that. Only because I've literally seen my friends. I had friends that I went to school with that they, you know, because I was in all the advanced courses, blah, blah, blah. But I had friends that were in the opposite. They were in like remedial classes and stuff like that. So I basically am basing this knowledge off of first-hand experience of watching my friends get picked on just because they weren't like super smart. And then I also had friends that got picked on because they weren't particularly athletic, or they weren't particularly attractive, or they were attractive but they weren't smart, you know, or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, people will bully and manipulate and pick on you for everything. You just have to ignore it, because that's what I do. I can't tell you how many times in life I've heard like, oh, you're pretty, so they expect you, because you're a pretty boy, they expect you to be stupid. But then when they find out I'm not so stupid, I just don't have to throw it in your face that I'm smart, they get mad. Because they expect me to be like stupid. Somebody that's easy to manipulate. And it's like, if you're only interested in me because you think I'm dumb and pretty, like, you're gonna be sorely mistaken. But yeah, don't If and also if they're making you feel that way, they're doing you a favor. They really are. Because I don't care who you are in the world, that says more about who you are than anything. I don't care if you're the most hottest thing on the planet since, you know, Prince or Michael or, you know, whatever. Like, yeah. I don't care who you're associated with. I don't care what your name is. I don't care how famous you are. I don't care how good you look. How you treat people. And this is just how I feel. How you treat people, how you treat animals, how you treat people that are in maybe a more difficult situation than you, and how you maintain your own character speaks more than all that other dumb shit, you know. Anybody can make money, anybody can be popular, anybody can be attractive, you know. Those are not the qualities that make a person truly beautiful. Every single person on this planet is beautiful. So trying to make people feel less than because you might have some more advantages, or you might have connections, or you might have money, or you might have whatever. Those are just things. That's all external. But it speaks volumes in how you treat other human beings and other sentient beings and precious people. So don't let, and I only say that because people have tried to manipulate me too. You've seen it firsthand. Because they're like, oh, you're young and you're pretty, so you must be stupid. Like, on the one hand, you're trying to hit on me, but on the other hand, you're also, like, trying to get in my pants. And they think I'm too dumb to realize it. And it's hurtful, but I also don't give it the energy. Like, yes, it's hurtful to think that they think that I'm just some pretty dumb kid, you know. But at the same time, I'm not gonna give them that energy. I don't care. Let them talk, let them be mad, let them do whatever. Because my energy is more valuable with things that matter. You know, and kindness and yes. So it's kind of the equivalent of don't waste your time on jerks that do things just to feel superior. Because there's plenty of genuine good people in this world that are actually on your frequency. What is she looking at? Oh. Bazinga. Oh. I hit him square in the head. There we go. Your bow fell out. But yes, that comes from, that knowledge that I just shared came from life experience of watching my friends get picked on, and I got picked on as well, because I had the opposite problem. It's like, oh, you have a nice body, you have a nice face, but you're a nerd. You know. So I got made fun of for being gifted. Like, oh, you're pretty to look at, it's a shame that you're a nerd, you know. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got bullied a lot too, but I don't really care because that's who I am, you know. If people think that's less than, then I don't need to be around those people. You know, I can, you know, have compassion for all human beings, but does that mean that I have to allow them to be ugly to me just because they want to judge me? No. Mm-hmm. A dueling ring. I wonder if it's in here. Apparently not. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, and people told me that my whole life too, like, don't let people make you feel less than. And it applies to everybody, not just, you know. Yeah. Imagine you come home with like an armful of groceries and you have to do this just to open your house. Okay. So that was a dragonfly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and another thing that people will do, at least in my experience, is try to make you feel like you're less than, like, because you're not allowing them to hurt you, that suddenly you're not kind or you're not a good person. That's not true. It just means you're protecting yourself and you're not allowing them to hurt you. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Like, am I naive to a lot of things in the world, and people tell me that all the time? Yes. But the reason I'm saying what I'm saying is because at the end of the day, it's about kindness. And if people are making you feel less than because you're not like them, you don't need that. Does it mean that you have to be mean about it? No. But for me, it's like I'm not going to give my time to people that are cruel or hurtful, you know? It's supposed to be like a dueling ring somewhere. I'm not sure.
Yes.
Mhm.
花、畑仕事はいいのか?
Yeah. Mhm. Well, and it's like I said, you know, I've had people tell me like, "Oh, you're sexy. Just don't talk. Like, you just sit there and be pretty." And you know, like, I've heard really disgusting things. Like they don't want you to talk. They're like, just use your mouth to suck my, you know. And it's like you're not a person. You're not a human being. And it's really hurtful. Yeah, if they're your significant other and they're talking dirty, that's one thing. But to say that to somebody because you're trying to hit on them to like get in their pants, you're dehumanizing somebody. That's not okay. So this guy that you're talking about, it's just my personal opinion that you deserve better than that. And anybody that's trying to use their money or their intelligence or any external factor to put themselves above you in any kind of way at all, it's like major, major, major red flags. Because everybody in this world is beautiful, and everybody in this world is precious, and you know, we all have our flaws, and we all are equal to each other. So yeah, don't let them make you feel like you're stupid just because you don't have a piece of paper on your wall. I have a bachelor's degree and I'm about to have a master's. So what? That means that I'm passionate about something and I put the time in to be dedicated towards one of my passions. One of my passions. That doesn't mean that that's all I'm passionate about, and it doesn't mean that that's all I am, and it doesn't mean that it's okay to like throw it in people's face or use it as a tool, you know. Like, I spent some time learning some stuff. Guess what? Life is nothing but learning. So it doesn't make you any better than anybody. You do nothing but learn in life. So why would a piece of paper with something that you focused learning on make you any better than anybody else? When you really think about it, life is about learning, right? We learn lessons in life. Degrees is just a specific concentration of knowledge that you paid money to focus on for a specific period of time. And while you may have that knowledge, and you may have, you know, and that's a wonderful thing, there's a lot of things in this world that you could put just as much dedication to that doesn't give you a certificate on your wall. Does that make you less knowledgeable? No. So I take my time to study what I value and what I am passionate about or interested in. But that doesn't mean that my degree is any more valid than my black belt certification or my high school diploma or the years in my life that I have spent practicing my beliefs that don't even have a piece of paper attached to it or, you know, a monetary value attached to it. Because that's not what life's about. People are so caught up in titles and entitlement and money and status and fame and fortune and popularity and all this bullshit that they forget what's truly beautiful. And that's fine if that's them and that's their life and that's what gets them through their life. But for me personally, there's so so much more. Being kind, being patient, being gentle, being understanding, being forthright, being honest, passionate, genuine, authentic. Yeah, positivity. Looking inward towards your inner self. Someone who admits to their mistakes, but also, being humble, and, there's so much other stuff. Kindness and grace, and, there's honesty, loyalty, those things don't have a certification attached to them. But one thing is no better than the other. The degree is not better or less than, but the things that are not a piece of paper are not better or less than either. So to me, it's all, it all has value. It's all important. But it's important for that individual, for their life, for their path, for their journey, for who they are. And who you are is constantly changing. So, if you're the type of person to actually be open to change, there's that too. If you're set in your ways and, well, this is my life, this is the kind of person that I am, that's it. I believe that, yes, I am a specific kind of person, but I'm a kind of person that has multiple facets. And many of those facets circumvent around change. And lessons, and learning, and progressing, and evolving, and elevating, and achieving a higher self. Those are the things that are important. And doing it all in love. For, treating others kindly, treating others with love, but also self-love. All of that is a big pot of gumbo. So, yes, I also have come across people that are like, I want to take you out, I want to go out on a date with you, or they just get right to the point and they're like, put your mouth on it and stop talking. I've heard things that, and it's like, we're not actually in a relationship. You're not my significant other. You don't talk to me that way. If you're my boyfriend or my significant other or something like that, that's different because we're together. But to just say that to somebody, people say some of the most disgusting things to me, and they think that it's attractive. It's not. Maybe if you're a slut, but I'm sorry, I'm not. I have more self-respect than that, and I believe in giving myself to the person that I love, not fucking the world. I show love in many different ways. I don't have to give my body to the world to show that I love people. Just because they're nice to me and we have a conversation doesn't mean I have to sleep with them. You can connect with someone without getting in their pants and using them for sex. And yeah, it's like using them until you're bored and then throwing them away, moving on to the next one. I'm sorry, but that's not love. That's using people disguised as love, because I'm sharing love with the world. It's like, no, you're just being a whore. That's not love. That's just sex. Don't get it twisted. And I've had so many people try to manipulate me like that, and I might be naive to a lot of things, but I'm not stupid. And I'm not... I want someone who loves me the way that I love them. Not the way that I love, because they might love differently, but you know what I mean? Like, I love myself enough to know that I deserve real love, not bullshit, basically. Yeah, because that's what I want. Now, if I didn't want that and I did want to just sleep around, then okay. But that's not what I want. I know what I want in life. And not only that, but there's so many other things in life that I haven't even discovered and come across yet. And I'm open to those things as well. But I'm not going to sleep around with everybody under the sun just to get it. Under the pretense of the falsity of love. No. That's just hurtful. Yeah, and it's like if they want to do it and they like it and they enjoy it and you like it and you enjoy it, that's fine, but that's not for me. I'm not here to be a notch on somebody's belt or just another one of the many. Like, that's... Don't degrade me. No. My purpose is much higher than that. I'm sorry, but it is. Because I have a much higher purpose. And it doesn't involve me just being used and lied to and manipulated. So... But I hear stuff like that all the time, and it is hurtful. But even though it's hurtful, I still just kind of pass it off like, okay, you know, and just kind of... So I don't know how you feel, but if that's what you're going through with people, then obviously you're going to have your own way of dealing with it, but that's how I deal with it, is I just let them talk and walk away, basically. I don't give it the attention, I don't give it the thought, I don't give it the time, because life's too short, and I'm on a path that I'm passionate about, you know? So that takes precedence over entertaining the lowest common denominator. There's so much more to life. Is it great? Is it fun? Is it, you know, all those wonderful things with the right person? Yes. But in my beliefs, you don't just give your body away like that. I will say it's a core belief of mine, and just leave it at that, because I don't want to get into what I believe. But, yeah. Because to truly love and care for yourself, you don't just you don't treat your being, your vessel, your body, your essence like trash. Because the internal and the external both hold, you know. So you have like the physical and then you have the spiritual. If you're treating your physical like garbage, that affects the spiritual, it affects the emotional, it affects the mental. So it's like if you're sleeping around with everybody and their brother's mother because, oh, I'm spreading love and joy, and it's like, no, you're spreading disease and you're destroying lives. under the pretense of false love. That has nothing to do with love and everything to do with satisfying your own ego and using people for your own ends. Yeah. So I've had people try to do all kinds of stuff to get me to sleep with them, and it is hurtful. Yeah. Well, and the other thing is, I don't have a lot of experience with a lot of things. So sometimes it takes me a while to even realize, like, what they're doing, and then I feel disgusting. Even though I didn't even do anything. It's just the fact that they would even put me in that category, that they would even talk to me like that they would even degrade me and put me in that same group. And it's like, excuse you, but no. Don't. If they enjoy it and that's what they like and that's what they want, okay, but I am not a part of that. Because I have more self-love and more self-respect than that. If you've made mistakes in your past, you know, and you regret it, but you've moved on, or you don't regret it and you've moved on and you no longer live that lifestyle, that's different. As long as you actually no longer do those things. Because people are human, people make mistakes, people fuck up, you know. Like, I was young and stupid, you know. Yeah. But I'm talking about in the present, like treating me that way in the current. No. That's why it's on my Instagram. It's the first post. It's pinned to my social media. People cannot say that they don't know, because it's right there in plain sight. If you don't want forever, leave me alone. That embodies everything. It means I'm not here just for sex. I'm not here just for entertainment. I'm not here for a season. I'm not here to be used. I'm not here to be manipulated. I'm not here for your pleasure only until you get bored. I'm not here to be used and thrown away. Because you've got nothing else better to do with your time. Or because you're bored, or, oh, you're really hot until I come across the next hot thing. That's evil. Yeah. Well, and I know that you tend to like more rebellious guys anyway. The bad boys that are problem children, you know, like, I get it. It's a image thing. But I'm kind of different in the sense of I don't really force connection. It's more if you naturally resonate with me and we're on that same vibration and we have the same like moral codes, and even if we're not exactly alike, like there could be differences. I appreciate those differences. But it's like it should feel natural. If you have to go out of your way to like walk up to somebody and hit on them and like try really hard and like try to manipulate them into doing something, like that's not natural. That's not natural. I've had people that they'll just come up to me and we just start having a conversation and we start talking and we're really jiving and vibing and it's natural and it's beautiful and we just have like wonderful conversations and we're on that same, you know, level, and It's nice. That's what I'm talking about. There's no pressure, there's no expectation. It's just, hey, like we're vibing. If you have to force it, or you have to manipulate, or you have to like push yourself on somebody, or have all these expectations, or that it doesn't flow with the natural flow of life. And it's like you're forcing yourself into somebody else's world. And I've had people do that to me, of forcing themselves on me and trying to, and honestly it scares me more than anything, because at that point you don't know what they're gonna try to do, and I get scared, but I also like separate myself from them. Like I have enough compassion to be like, okay, from their perspective, maybe they're just nervous, maybe they don't know, like, but and I'm not gonna be mean about it, but I'm going to pull myself away from the situation until there's a little bit more like clarity on what's going on. But yeah, and it's also really difficult for me because I don't have experience with all that kind of stuff, and I'm more reserved in that sense. I don't just, here I am, you know. My energy is more subtle in the way that I do things. My physical energy is not subtle. Yeah, I've been told that I have a strong presence, or, my gaze, my aesthetic, my look, my physical being is very, like, strong. However, I do things in a more soft, subtle way. That's just my nature. And yeah, I can be, but I don't have to be like the loudest person in the room of like, look at me. If you are like that, there's nothing wrong with that. But, that goes back to appreciating the differences of people. Not everybody is a lion. Not everybody's a peacock. There's all different kinds of people in the world. And for me, it's like, yes, I can captivate, but I do it in a different way. I don't have to yell and scream and be obnoxious to captivate an audience, to grab that attention, There's ways to do things that I do that are more subtle. Yeah, it's more soft and graceful, and it's just like my dance. Basically, how you have described my dance, in an essence, is how I am. Like, it's like it captures you, like, holy shit. Because it's like exotic, it's erotic, it's beautiful. It captures you, it takes your breath away, but at the same time, it doesn't have to be blaringly loud and obnoxious and in your face either. It's more of like slowly pulling you in. So everybody has different energies, and everybody has different vibes and personalities and ways of being. That's just a fact of life. Welcome to the world. There's billions of people in the world, and we're all different. What makes people actually stand out is not being the loudest person in the room. What makes people stand out is being authentically true to themselves. And some people, who they are, is more gentle and soft. That doesn't make them stand out any less. It just means their beauty is more subtle and soft. But if you know where to look in that softness, there's a whisper of intoxicating erotica. It's like behind closed doors, you know. And that's kind of how I am. Like, if you're my significant other, then that's when all of that comes to life. But there's a lot of subtleties, there's a lot of, you know, sometimes it's just a look. And that's just how I am. If they're loud and boisterous and they're, you know, alpha and they're dominant and they're like a peacock and they're very like, yeah, look at me, you know, I don't care. If that's their energy and that's who they are, okay. As long as it's authentic. But don't think that other people are not authentic or it's not as captivating just because they're not exactly like you. Not everybody is like you. Yeah. Every photographer and every, like, people like yourself, like, in the dance community have told me that I have a mysterious, captivating presence that is exotic, but it has a softness that is like you can see that the wild underneath. It's like, you know, there's this like wild animal underneath, like this panther of like sensuality, but it's layered. And my natural, yeah, it's the duality within me. My default setting is more soft, but only if you are within that circle do you see the other deeper layers. Yeah. And then some people, like, they're one-dimensional. It's like, here I am, and here's everything right in your face, you know. Yeah. So, yeah, I just don't believe in treating people like entertainment or trash or recyclables, you know. People are human beings. And those kinds of things are just cruel. And I do believe that karma comes back on that kind of stuff. How you treat other human beings comes back on you. How you, because that's the ebb and flow. That's the black and white, the positive and the negative. That's the balance of life. And the in between that balance, but it does balance out. But yeah, I kind of rambled about it, but I get really passionate about talking about people and human beings and human behavior because people are so quick to judge people. And I just think the world would be a better place if we just loved each other and accepted each other for who we are, instead of putting an expectation of like, you have to be this, otherwise you're not, or it's bullshit just because it's not what you believe, or it's bullshit just because it's not who you are. You're only looking at it from yourself. There's a whole open canvas that you're ignoring. If everybody was like you, the world would be boring. Ironically. It's like, okay, you could take the most interesting, attractive, wonderful person in the world that has the ego of like, everybody should be like me, otherwise it's boring. If everybody was like you, that would be boring, because everybody would be the same. So thereby, you have to admit that the differences in people is what makes them beautiful. So no, people are not gonna be just like you. And that doesn't make them boring or less than. It means that they're different. That's human nature. Like, we didn't all come out the same person. We're not carbon copies of each other. Yeah. And that's what's beautiful in the world. And that's what's beautiful in people. So yeah, I wouldn't let anybody make you feel that way. Staying true to yourself, being yourself. If they think because you don't have a degree that you're this, that, and the other, or they think that whatever they think. Personally, I tend to not care what people think. I can recognize it and hear you and listen to it, but that doesn't mean that I necessarily agree with it, and it doesn't mean that I'm going to invest my time worrying about it. Because I'm big on listening. I will listen to people talk. I will listen to their stories. I will listen to people. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's right or true. It just means that I'm hearing you out and I'm being patient and understanding and giving you that time. But does that mean that I am going to stop my whole life worrying about what other people think? No. It's a waste of time. If you happen to agree with each other, that's great. If you don't agree with each other, there's nothing wrong with that either. I would rather have an argument with someone because we didn't agree and it's authentic and genuine and they feel passionate about it than to just have somebody like blindly agree with everything that I say. And it's like, if I wanted a carbon copy of myself, I would just date myself. Yeah. Having a mind of your own and the conviction to express it is one of the sexiest things on this planet. Thinking for yourself, loving yourself, having a mind of your own, having your own thoughts and ideas, having your own style, having your own goals and dreams and your own essence and your own energy and your own, like, your own self, your authentic, genuine, beautiful self. If you're just latching on to things, you lose yourself. And having the conviction and the confidence to be it, that's what's sexy. Yeah, everything else is just external material bullshit. To me, that's bullshit. All the superficial crap that doesn't matter, that's what's bullshit to me. Treating people like crap, using people, lying to people, cheating on people, manipulating people, that's the real bullshit. So them making you feel like your life is bullshit just because you haven't achieved something, because you don't have a degree, like what they were telling you, like, oh, your life is just, you said, what did you say that they said? They, like, that you've wasted half your life because you're older than me. You're in, like, your 30s. You've wasted, like, half your life, and you don't even have a degree, and you don't have this, and you don't have that. If it was me, my response would have been, I may not, if I was in your position, I may not have a degree, but what I do have is substance of character, integrity, and conviction, and self-love and self-respect that has much higher value than a piece of paper on the wall. Not to degrade your education, but there's so much more important things in this world, because life itself is nothing but learning. So this goes back to what I was saying originally, we're always learning. That's our whole point of being here, is to learn the lessons to elevate to your predestined greatness, basically. To obtain that higher self. If you're busy being like everybody else, if you're busy worrying about what other people think, if you're busy copying everybody else, if you're not thinking for yourself, if you're not living your own life genuinely and authentically, you're basically blocking that path. I myself, because I'm not perfect, have blockages. Everybody does. No one is without some sort of block. At some point, and those blocks are going to change and evolve and rotate and spin around. Like, when you have a really bad day, like, oh shit, or your way of thinking is blurred, but then, you gain some clarity and you think about things and you open yourself up to change. Well, that block goes away, but it might pop back up, so that's life. But it's about, to me, it's about, okay, it's here. Is it serving me here and now? Accepting it and letting it be. Because there's also things in this world that you can't control. And worrying about things you can't control is a waste of your time. And it doesn't contribute to your higher self. I pretty much am always of the mindset of, is this serving my higher self? Not my current self, but is this serving my higher self? Because while I accept who I am now, and I'm living in the present, I look at things in the mindset that I have not yet obtained as if I've already obtained it. And I approach that obtaining from a beginner's mindset of everything is new to me. So it's like it's already ingrained in my brain and in my belief and in my soul that I am already my higher self. So I'm looking at from that perspective. And there's always more. Because to me, if you look at it like it's an end goal of like, oh, I have to achieve higher self. And you're looking at it like it's a checklist. It's very easy to slide down that slippery slope. But if you're looking at things of where does this fit into my higher self, and not settling for things that don't, and letting those things cloud that, then you're letting go of negativity, blockages, toxic people, harmful people, people that, yes, things and people and external factors that would bring down your highest potential. And each person's is different, because each person is on a different life path in a different way. My way is not going to be your way, because your higher self, your highest self, is not the same as mine. So therefore, to me, love is I'm on my path of achieving my highest self, and you're doing the same. And what love is we intertwine and share that together. Yes, you share memories and life experiences, you share intimacy, you share, all those things together. But ultimately, you're two separate entities rising separately, but yet together at the same time. And, I'm not perfect. There could be a lot of things. I'm not necessarily the best at explaining things, and, I'm not here to explain or justify things. I'm not the best at explaining things, and there's things sometimes in my head that I don't translate very well. But I know how I feel internally about it, and it comes from a pure place, and it comes from love. Alright. So and there's nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong with that. You could believe completely different from me. That doesn't mean that it's wrong. Everything that I talk about, like, I believe in Taoism, and I practice Buddhism, and I practice Reiki, and, I believe in, a higher self, and your highest, truest self that you're destined to be, because that is what we're here for. Even if you don't believe any of that and you're like, that's a bunch of crap, I believe this over here. If that is what suits your, because to me, beliefs have nothing to do with what's right and what's wrong. One belief is no different or better or right or wrong. Those are things that it's about finding what makes sense to your journey, to your higher self, to your soul. And if something else fits for you that makes sense more for you to achieve that, then that's what it's meant to be. If, you could be Catholic and I could be Islamic, but if both of our beliefs bring us joy and love and kindness, and we are achieving that higher self through that belief, then both beliefs are correct. And there's billions of people in the world. So there you go. There's no right or wrong to that. To me, the beliefs that you have is the language that translates to your soul how to achieve that. And some people don't believe in anything. Yes, and there are some that cause harm. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in harming people or animals or any being, anybody. So, but But that's the beauty of the world, is we all speak in different tongues, we all have different color skin, we all come from different places, we're all a combination of different. Every single person on this planet has different blood in them. We all come from different walks of life, different countries, different races, different creeds, different skin color, different beliefs, we were all raised in different households. So you cannot tell me that there is only one singular, secular, correct answer, and everything else is wrong. Because if that were the case, we would all be carbon copies of each other. And there would only be one belief system. We would only speak one language. We would only have one version of a human being. The reason everything is unique and different and individual and with such wondrous variety is because that's the point. What works for this person may not work for that person. It's true with jobs, it's true with lifestyles, it's true with gender, it's true with sexuality, it's true with relationships, it's true with religion, it's true with beliefs, it's true with life. That is the ultimate truth. Because it's about the soul. The spirit itself reaching its higher self. And spirit takes no form. So the spirit is not limited to the physical. There are realms of the physical, but it is not limited to just the vessel that we know to be just our body. So if it has no physical linear plane as a limitation, then can't you reason that just maybe we're not supposed to be limited by one singular secular mentality? that just maybe all those differences in the world, in the billions of people and animals and creatures and plants and every molecular thing that exists on this planet is completely unique, that just maybe what works for one person to achieve that higher self is just as important as somebody else's. Yeah. Because that's what works in their life. That's what makes sense to them. That's the language that translates to their soul, that speaks to themselves, that helps them to live their life in fulfillment and nirvana and peace and joy and love. But it might not be the same for that other person or the other billions of people in the world. So that's why I say I don't care what people think. Not because I don't care, but because we are on two different life paths. And I prefer to appreciate the differences and find the beauty in that uniqueness rather than, well, if you're not like me, then you're boring or you're not interesting. If you don't believe what I believe, it's wrong. If you don't speak the same language that I do, then it's wrong. When you really start thinking about it, if you have the limited mindset of one thing, then it limits all aspects. Because as soon as you start putting a limitation, you're limiting every aspect. Yeah. So like your boyfriend that you told me about that was like, oh, because you don't party anymore, then you're boring. That's a limited mindset. Because in their mind, unless you're partying, you're boring. So that's their limited mindset. But that limited mindset translates over and spills over into other limitations. Because the second you start putting expectations and limitations, not only on yourself, but on other people, it's a domino effect. So the only way to clear that blockage is to open your mind to, okay, well, you may not like to party, but that's okay because you're a different person than me. And maybe you have fun in other ways that are just as interesting, but they just don't collate with maybe what I find fun and interesting. How simple is that? Simply put, we have different ideas of what fun is, but that's what makes life beautiful, is because there is different ways to have fun. So you have yours, I have mine. We can appreciate the beauty of both, even if maybe I don't agree or I don't do the same things that you do for fun. Doesn't make you less than. But I can accept those differences. Like, oh, you like to party. Well, I like to read. We both have our own different versions of what's fun. Let's just appreciate those differences. Just because you don't do what I do doesn't make it wrong. You're removing that blockage of judgment, that blockage of secular thinking. And it's okay. Because I don't really see myself as like a teacher. I understand that like you're coming to me because you say that, you're beginning on this journey of like learning how to love yourself and different perspectives, and you're brand new to it. I understand all of that. And as much as you like what I say, no matter what I say, even if you're like, wow, you know, I never thought about it like that, that's amazing, like, you just opened my mind to, like, this whole stuff. Okay, that's wonderful. However, the true work begins, and the true self-love comes from you. You come to your own conclusions. Basically, if you sit with yourself enough, even if you just start out like 5 minutes a day. I'm not talking about laying in bed doom scrolling. I'm not talking about laying in bed doing whatever, or, you know, sitting around watching TV or watching YouTube videos or scrolling through Instagram. I'm talking about you sit there with yourself. And since you're new to it, you start small, because that's how you build the habits. And just be with yourself. Think about your thoughts and your perspective. What makes you happy? What are things that you love? What are goals that you have? What brings you joy right now in your current present state? Blah, blah, blah. You know, all of those things. Basically getting to know yourself. That is the beginning of that journey of what works for you. Because I can talk about all day long what works for me and my perspective, but that only applies to me, because that's from my journey, that's from my soul and my higher frequency, my higher self, my evolved self. So yes, there are good, you know, like, things out in the world, like, you know, loving yourself, being, you know, one love and love and light and all of that stuff. That's just good, positive vibes of, like, equality and positivity, and all that stuff is wonderful. However, you have to do the digging yourself. Because that's how you truly find what works for you. What you truly are on the inside. That's why, for example, to give you like a good example, that's why I say that I don't have a religion. I follow the way of Taoism, but it's not a religion. Same thing with Buddhism. It's not a religion. It's a belief and a way of thinking and a way of being that you apply in your life, but it's not a religion that I'm a slave to. It's not a, I look at it like it's a mindset. And then from that mindset, like, say if you take Taoism, right? That is a way of being. It's like the art of life, right? It's a way of life. That's still just a way of life. A way of life, not your life. So the whole point is, yes, those are wonderful, beautiful concepts and ideas and beautiful ways to be. But the true work is to take that foundation and then actually evolve it and personalize it to you. That's why I don't believe in religion, because religion is just a very general, any religion, it's very generalized. It applies to the general population, but it's not specific and individual to the person. Why? Because it's not meant to be. It's more like guidelines of like, this is this way of thinking, this is that way of thinking, this is this way of thinking. And when you find something that, oh, I resonate with that, and I agree with that, and that makes sense, and that follows my line of thinking, that works for me. Even with that, you take that and you customize it basically to your soul, to your spirit as you evolve. It's not about just worshiping a certain way and then that's it, because it's not applying to you specifically. Yeah. Like the book that you read, it doesn't have your name in it, you know. Like it doesn't say the Holy Bible and then have your name printed, you know, that it's only for you. No, there's billions of people in the world and anybody can read it. So obviously those are just tools that are giving you a mindset, a perspective. So any belief system, any religion is purely there as a baseline and a baseline only. And it's literally just a matter of like whatever works for you. Some people don't believe anything and they don't even have a baseline because they're like, I don't need a baseline from a specific belief system. I want to come up with my own belief system. Or I don't need a belief system to achieve that same higher self. You know. So, And basically, like, people of religious denominations, they're not there to tell you how to live your life, right? What is it that they say? They're spreading the gospel. They're giving you the word. What that means is, it's like, here's some information. Take it as you will. And apply it to your life accordingly. That doesn't mean follow it like it's a microwave instructions. It means here's this thing. Take from it what makes sense to you. Yeah. Now, does that mean you sit there and just cherry pick, like, oh, I only acknowledge the good stuff, you know, not the bad stuff? No. But what I'm saying is, it's not about just being a robot to a system. It's applying those ideas and concepts to yourself. How they fit with your life in achieving your higher self. And that's going to be different for each person. Yeah. Yeah, like take the Quran, okay? It doesn't have your name on the front cover. It's just the Quran. But there's billions of people in the world that can read it. Same thing with the Bible. Same thing. So obviously it's not specifically intended for one individual person. It is meant for anybody and everybody who chooses of their own volition and free will to seek it. And if they resonate with it, and it fulfills their life in some way, even if they only get like one thing from it and they're like, you know, I really feel strongly about that and it resonates with me. I don't necessarily resonate with the rest of it, but there was one thing that, you know, I took away from it. There's nothing wrong with that. Because if that one little thing opened up their mind to some other level and cleared that pathway and opened up other things, isn't that the point? That's why I say it's a foundation, it's a starting point. It is not the end point, it's the beginning. And truly the beginning is yourself. But that's why, you know, religions and belief systems and self-help stuff, it's wonderful, but the only thing that can make you your higher self is yourself, which is why it's so important to sit with yourself. Because all of the advice videos, all of the books, all of the religions, all of that stuff is still limited. So if you're devout to all of that stuff, you're only it's a fox. Oh my god, a fox. Like in real life. He's in the park across the street. Oh my god. Oh. He's so beautiful. Hello. I see you. Oh my god. He stopped. He's slinking really low. He's in the middle of the city. He's got to be careful. Oh my god. Go hide, baby. Go hide somewhere. Oh my god. I'm sorry. My whole brain just went smooth. Every time. Butterflies, fox, any animal. I don't even remember what I was talking about. My brain just went smooth. Yeah. Yeah. And you know, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, like for example, my mom is very devout in her beliefs, and I told her, I said, there's nothing wrong with that. Some people are very strict and devout in their beliefs, and that is their purpose, and that is their thing. As long as it's bringing you joy and it's elevating you to where you're destined to be, that's what matters. And I told her when I was younger, I was like, as long as you're incorporating yourself into that, because you can read about, you know, the timeline and the history of like, because that book is full of nothing but other people's lives. It's like a reference guide. It's other people that existed in the world long before we did. This is their life. This is what they went through. That's their life story. That's their timeline. The point is to take that, learn those lessons of what you're reading, and apply it tangibly into your life. You're not meant to sit there and just read the same thing over and over and over again and then that's how you live your life. Like, no, it's meant to be a reference guide, and then you take that knowledge and apply it how it makes sense to you for your life, and then live your life accordingly. And when you think for yourself, how you live that life is going to be different because it's your life. It's not, you know, you're not those people. Your experiences are different. Your soul is different. Who you are is different. So thereby, to just read the same stories over and over and over and over again. You know, there's more learning to do because you're limiting yourself to only learning that. There's so much more than that. You could go so much higher. And I do that with my own stuff. The knowledge in the books and the teachings and listening to people who are, you know, on a similar path and things like that. You know, they have more experience. They've done more. They've lived more. But also, you have to remember that those are their experiences in their life, and that's how it applied to them. It may not apply the same way to you. It's like it worked for them, but it may not work the same way for you because you're a different person. For example, basic meditation. You could have 1,000 people, you could have 1 billion people, all in one big open field, right? And then everybody sits down and they meditate. Every single individual person, when they're meditating, is thinking of something different. So, when you meditate, or when you practice what you practice, or when you're doing your self-work, or your shadow work, or you're in your faith, or your belief, or whatever it is, for yourself, it's going to be different for each person. So when people give advice, even myself, that is the advice that I know to be in my life through my experiences, through my open mind of perception. However, it may not apply to other people. Because I tell people all the time, like, because people are always like, oh my god, you give such good advice, even though you're like really young and you're so open-minded, and like the things that you say like make so much sense, and it's like, but that doesn't necessarily mean you have to latch onto that and like take it, and you know, if you do and it really truly does, and you're like, I'm gonna take that and run with it and be it, and you know, that's a good foundation or whatever, but you still have to add your own tweaks and in your own experiences in your own life. This is just a tiny little perspective in the corner over here, you know. And I think, for me, that's the beauty of teaching, of knowledge, of learning. Because you gotta think, whether it's a teacher at school, or a priest, or a guru, or a monk, it doesn't matter who it is, or your grandfather, or your mom, or your sister, or your friend. When someone is telling you advice, or they're having a meaningful conversation, and they're opening your mind to ideas, that is still based on their perception of their life, of what they know things to be. So therefore, to truly rise in yourself, you have to think for yourself. You can use those concepts as a jumping board of like, yeah, I like this way of thinking. But then take that way of thinking and apply it to you. Because your life is not about someone else's perception. It's good advice, but yeah. Advice is purely for the sake of just opening somebody's mind to a different way of thinking. That doesn't mean you have to think like me. It means here's this concept, now you take it and personalize it. That's why I don't follow a strict religion type thing. It's more of like a way of being for me, because who I am, I'm not all those people. I'm not living my life to replicate someone else's life. I'm me. So you're not meant to just replicate what's in a book. Yeah, the values, the morals, the way of thinking, you know, the lessons and stuff like that. Yes. However, all those people, you are not them. So therefore, you have to tangibly apply it. And the application is the thing that most people have a problem with. You can worship all day long. You can read a book 1,000,000 times, front to back, every day. But if you're not applying it and evolving it and tweaking it to yourself and then living it and being it and growing from it, if you're only settling for the root system, then you can't grow the tree of life. Because it's like, okay, I'm just going to limit myself to what this says that I should do. But that's... Yeah. It doesn't mean that it's wrong. It just means it's a reference. It's not... Exactly. That's why people either hate talking about that stuff with me or they love it. Most people love it because I'm very open-minded and I accept everybody's belief. It doesn't matter what it is. But typically it's the singular, like, kind of people that don't like it because they're like, well, it's still wrong if it's not what I believe. In that case, you know, allow them that. You know, that's where they're at in their life for their life. So even that is not wrong. Because if that's what they believe and they think that that is the only way and that's the only way that works for them in their life, that's their thing. That doesn't even make them wrong. It just means that that's what makes sense for them. So, yeah, I accept all things because it's all beautiful and it's all life and it's each person. And yeah, exactly. And I can talk about anything in that realm, no matter what your belief is. Because at the end of the day, it all circumvents back around. It still applies. Even if you have a different belief. Because at the end of the day, the core foundation is love and kindness and higher being. It might have different terms, it might have different ways of saying it, but it's all the same concept. It's just whatever belief you have is that language that's translating to you in your life, for your soul, for your spirit, for your being. That's all it is. But yeah, that's why when people say certain things to try to make you feel less than, that's why I say don't worry about what other people think. Because it truly is a waste of time. time. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But see, and that's just the differences between your stuff and my stuff. Like, that is what makes sense for you. That's what you believe in, and that's what works for you. Same thing with my stuff, you know. So neither one of us are wrong. We're just two totally different people. Mm-hmm. And it's so beautiful.
みんなに任せてる。俺はこの区内を蝦夷地で広めようと思ってね。身を守る術になる。
また人助けか。
そんなところだ。お前の区内も見てやろうか。
I didn't expect to come across her, so...
また会えてよかった。
気をつけるんだよ。区内で困ったら俺のところにおいで。
Mm-hmm. Yeah, don't let them upset you like that. I mean, every person is, you know, you're gonna go through it, you're gonna feel it, but at the same time, a dueling ring, that's what we were looking for. This, maybe? Oh, never mind, that's just a street. Okay. Maybe up here? I don't know. I feel like the bear is like right where I need to be. There's also a glow back here. Aha. Clap the wood blocks. Okay.
見ることになるぜ。真夜中に沈むがいい。この名は決して渡さん。
たかが名のために。
Mm-hmm. Exactly, and it's, you know, I always approach things like a novice of there's always more to learn, and I'm always learning because that's the whole point of life, is to always be learning. So technically we are all always learning.
悪い兆しだ。
Oh, he moved away.
花畑からここへ戦場が移ったようだ。あの時藤田が流行らなければ。
Yeah, that's true too. I could talk about that stuff for forever, so I know that I'm really goofy and silly and stuff, but I could also talk about that stuff forever as well. Did I miss something? Usually it says completed. So I'm just wondering, like, if I missed something, because it doesn't say completed. Yeah. Maybe it just doesn't. It's okay. Okay, yeah. We're getting there. And we also have this area down here now. Sorry.
真夜中の久保を殺した。
姉さんのおかげでぐっすり眠れてたっぷり稼げる。賞金をどうぞ。
はい。
アツ、世話しそうだな。
ああ、榎本師匠。山から降りてきたんだな。
化粧若葉を脅かす者はいなくなった。すべて梅さんのおかげだ。
俺は俺のために剣を振るってだけだ。
しかしそのおかげで命をつないだ者もいるぞ。
失った者もいる。あの孫のように。
あやつの死を背負うことはない。叶うならば今世で得た戒めを来世で生かしてほしい。
願いを込めてのも
乾杯. It's funny, he said it like I was about to say it, and they both drank at the same time.
なんぞいらねえよ。
皆にとってのけじめでもある。追ってやってくれ。
あんたたち焼きトーナスを食べとくれ。おや、お待ちかねの子が来たね。
畑の様子はどうだ？
柵を囲ったし罠も仕掛けて、もう不意をつかれることはないよ。それに女たちに区内の使い方を教えてる。
てめえの夫も喜んでるに違いね
えや。優しい子だね。ほらほら、しかめっ面はやめな。今日くらいみんなの相手をしても罰は当たらないよ。
まあ確かにな。
ちょいとアツ。
アツさん。
今日はまさしく宴日和だ。
ユキ。
私ここにいていいのか不安でね。だけど来ないと逃げたみたいに感じるだろ。
てめえが道順と戦うよう背中を押してくれた。いていいに決まってる。
ありがとうアツ。あんたへの贈り物、三味線に使って。今から何か弾いておくれ。 亡くなった人たちを弑んだ。
引き手はてめえだろ。
あんたが引くことに値打ちがあるんだ。
俊平、
おゆきさんから聞いたんだ。お梅さんたちの仇を討ってくれたんだね。
てめえが生きててくれたおかげだ。もう平気か？
今でも夢に見る。でもおあつさんたちに言われたから家に帰ってお母に抱きついた。
そうか、毎日やっておくんだぞ。
毎日？
そう、悔やまないように。
怨霊って呼ばれてるけどちっとも怖くない。ただ目の間にシワが寄ってるだけ。
シ
ワOh boy. Oh, wait.
八郎、商いはどうだ？
上々だ。私の指を落とすなんて言われね
いつか村に戻るつもりか？
え。いや、ここに残る。あそこは穏やかすぎだ。
ここに戻るのに16とせかかった。
よく戻ってくれた。アツ、てめえのおかげでこのしけた手塩ヶ丘に望みが生まれた。あとはこの雪をどうにかしてほしいんだがな。
達者でな、八郎。亡くなった人たち。進め。
なんだ、仕事を奪う
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because all the missions are done, it's just, the only stuff left is like shrines and stuff like that. I have 2 altars and the closed off building. And then I have 2 shrines. So basically 2 altars and 2 shrines. And this will be done. But I'm gonna end it here. You're welcome. I didn't do anything. Oh. Okay. Well. Because I care about you as a friend, and no one should ever have that kind of power over you to bring you down or make you feel less than, you know. Everybody in this world is beautiful as they are, so.どういたしまして。Okay. I am going to go dance on my balcony while it's still nice and dark out. I hope everyone has a wonderful evening and morning and day and just yeah. じゃあね。